Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a number of different activities today. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to run through day one of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber 2024 event. And after that, we're going to be doing a walkthrough of a machine over on VulNyx over here. We're going to be tackling their share machine. And we're going to be doing a guided walkthrough of that box. And then after that, we're going to go back to TryHackMe, and then we're going to finish the second day of the Advent of Cyber event. So every day they have a new challenge, and we're going to be finishing the first day first, and then we're going to be moving over to VulNyx, and then we're going to do the second day, and then we're going to be doing our hacking challenge of the day. And the hacking challenge of the day is going to be over at HackMyVM. And HackMyVM has this machine over here, which is called DC01. It's a Windows machine. So it's one of those rare opportunities we have to hack against Windows. And we're going to be challenging that at the end of today's stream. But like I said, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber Challenge. And this is day one. If you want to join in, you can go ahead.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Ronin1, thank you very much for redeeming Go to Hack, and I hope you have a great day. All right, so if you want to join in with the activity that we're going to be doing right now, we're going to be doing this one over here, and if you do not have an account, you can make an account over there and then participate. You're going to need to have an account over at TryHackMe, but that's the only requirement. You don't need to have a paid account or anything. And without further ado, let's dive into it. All right, so this is day one of the Advent of Cyber. Every day they're going to have a different challenge in different categories. Today's category is day one, which is task 7, and this is going to be an OPSEC challenge. So what is OPSEC? Let's join in, and it looks like so I'm going to do a little I'm going to read along with the task just so we understand what the heck is going on. So let's do some narration. Just a second. Let me make this text a little easier to see. Okay, so McSkitty's fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes narrowing at a suspicious website on her screen. She had seen dozens of malware campaigns like this. This time the trail led straight to somewhere who went by the name Glitch. Too easy, she muttered with a smirk. I still have time, she said, leaning closer to the stream. Maybe there's more. Little did she know, beneath the surface lay something far more complex than a simple hacker's handle. This was just the beginning of a tangled web unraveling everything she thought she knew. So what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be learning how to investigate malicious link files. We're going to be learning about OPSEC and OPSEC mistakes. We're going to be we're going to understand how to track and attribute digital identities in cyber investigations, and that's what we're going to be learning today. So next, we're going to connect to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card shown below and start the virtual machine by pressing the Start Machine button. The VM should be fully loaded in 3 minutes. Additionally, you will need the attack box, which can be launched by clicking on the Start Attack Box button at the top of the page. So to finish today's challenge, we need to start 2 virtual machines. So the first is going to be this one over here inside of task number 7. Yeah. So down here, this green button, go ahead and click on that. And that's going to start the virtual machine associated with today's task. The other thing you need to do do today's task is to go up to the top of the web page, and you need to click on this Start Attack Box button. So some of these challenges are going to require you to use another machine to access them. This is one of those challenges. So over at the top of the page, go ahead and click on Start Attack Box, and that's going to start the virtual machine you're going to be using to interact with today's challenge. So you're going to see that the that the interface over here splits into two, and after this attack box is loaded, we're going to be using it to access challenge. So let's scroll on down and let's do a little bit of reading up on what today's challenge is while the attack box and the other VM is loading up. So we're just going to skip this section over here. So it says investigating the website. So there's going to be a website we're going to be connecting to, and the website we're investigating is a YouTube to MP3 converter currently being shared amongst the organizers of SOCMES. You've decided to dig deeper after hearing some concerning reports about this website. So we're going to be interacting with the website that ostensibly turns YouTube videos into MP3s. So MP3s are sound files rather, and I guess it's a useful thing, especially if you're watching some mainly audio content on YouTube, to convert them into MP3s and download them and play them whenever you wish. So we've got these instructions over here. From your attack box, access the website by visiting this IP address over here using the web browser. At first glance, the website looks legit and presentable. The About page even says that it was made by The Glitch. How considerate of them to make our job easier. Scrolling down, you'll see the features list, which promises to be secure and safe. From our experience, that isn't very likely. So we're talking about some YouTube to MP3 converter websites. So there are a lot of these different websites out there on the internet, and these websites have been around for a long time. They offer a convenient way to extract audio from YouTube videos, making them popular. However, historically, these websites have been observed to have significant risks such as malvertising. Many sites contain malicious ads that can exploit vulnerabilities in the user's system, which could lead to infection. Phishing scams. Users can be tricked into providing personal or sensitive information via fake surveys or offers. And bundled malware. Some converters may come with malware, tricking users into unknowingly running it. So what nefarious things does this website have in store for us? So we're going to be getting some tunes. Let's find out by pasting any YouTube link into the search form and pressing the convert button. Then select either the MP3 or MP4 option. This should download a file that can be used to investigate. We can use this YouTube video over here, a classic if you ask me. I'm pretty sure this is going to lead to a Rickroll video, and so Rick Astley's never going to give up. So if we put this in a new tab, we're going to see that it is going to show us an ad first. Okay, well, yep, that's Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up official music video. How many views does this have? Wow, this has over 1.5 billion views over 15 years. That's great. Okay. All right, so what are we gonna do? So our attack box has finished loading up. So what we're going to do is we're going to dismiss this terminal over here, and we're going to start up the attack box's web browser. So we can just click on this button over here to start up the attack box's web browser over here. It's going to be Firefox. And then after the web browser is loaded up, we can go ahead and access the website. So the website is going to be located at this IP address. So you can just copy the IP address and then paste it into the web browser. Okay, so it doesn't look like we can directly paste into the web browser. So we're going to click on this button over here. This is going to show the control bar. Gustavo Sala says, "Sup, man?" Hello, Gustavo Sala. How are you doing? We're just doing a walkthrough of the first day of Advent of Cyber over at TryHackMe. So we're going to paste in the IP address here, and then afterwards in the web browser, we can just highlight everything in the search bar here, and then paste in the IP address, and then hit enter. Okay, this is going to bring us to the YouTube converter website over here that we're going to be covering in today's task. All right, so So over here it says, getting some tunes. Let's paste any YouTube link into the search form and press the convert button. Then select either MP3 or MP4 option. So we've got the link for the Rickroll video over here. So we're just going to copy that. And like the other thing that we need to paste, we need to press these buttons over here to paste anything we want into this particular attacker machine. So over here, enter your YouTube URL. We're just going to click into here and then paste in the URL and then click on the convert button. After that, it's going to ask us if we want to select MP3 or MP4. We can click on MP3. So it's going to convert and then it's going to download the file. I guess there's a link over here, a button that we need to press to download the file. So we're just going to click on it, and it's going to download this file over here called downloaded.zip. So this is a zip file. It's got whatever files that we want are supposed to be inside the zip file. So let's before that, let's go through the rest of the walkthrough over here. It says, once downloaded, navigate to your downloads folder, or if you're using the attack box, go to your root directory. Locate the file named download.zip, right-click on it, and select Extract to in the dialog box. Click on the Extract button to complete the extraction. So we can actually do this from the terminal, so we're going to minimize the browser, and then we're going to open up a terminal window. So we can just open up the terminal with this button over here. So inside the terminal, I do believe we are in the root directory. And we can take a look at what's inside the directory. We see that the file that we downloaded is in the current directory here. So we can just use the unzip command to unzip the file and extract whatever is inside. So it's going to be unzip space download.zip, hit enter. And it says extracting song.mp3 and somg.mp3. So these are two separate files. So what are these files? Let's find out. You'll see there are two extracted files, song.mp3 and somg.mp3. To quickly determine the file's contents, double-click on the terminal icon on the desktop, then run the file command on each one. First, let's try checking song.mp3. So if we do file song.mp, we're going to see that this is a audio file, and it has a bunch of other information about the file as well, and some information about the audio quality here. So there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious according to the output. As expected, this is just an MP3 file. So how about the second file, somg.mp3? From the file name alone, we can tell something is not right. Let's confirm this by running the file command on it anyway. So, alright, we're going to run file on the somg file.mp3. And this is an MS Windows shortcut. So this is not an MP3 file like we would expect it to be. So the output tells us that instead of an MP3, this file is an MS Windows shortcut, also known as an LNK file or link file. This file type is used in Windows to link to another file, folder, or application. These shortcuts can be used to run commands. If you've ever seen the shortcuts on a Windows desktop, you already know what they are. There are multiple ways to inspect .lnk files to reveal the embedded commands and attributes. For this room, however, we'll use exif tool, which is already installed on this machine. To do this, go back to your terminal and type exif tool somg.mp3. So let's do that. So it's exif tool somg.mp3. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different metadata over here, and that's what the exif tool does. It extracts metadata from any particular file. Okay, so interestingly enough, there's a PowerShell command embedded in this file over here. So it it executes this PowerShell command right here. And to understand what this does better, let's read the description in TryHackMe. So what is this PowerShell command going to do? The EP bypass NOP flag disables PowerShell's usual restrictions, allowing scripts to be run without interference from security settings or user profiles. So basically what this does is it bypasses PowerShell's regular security mechanisms. The next part is the download file method pulls a file, in this case is.ps1, from a remote server. And this is the address of the remote server over here. And then it saves it into C program data directory on the target machine. Once downloaded, the script is executed with PowerShell using the IEX command, which triggers the downloaded s.ps1 file. If you visit the contents of the file to be downloaded using your browser over at this URL right here, you will see just how lucky we are that we're not currently using Windows. So over here, we've got the PowerShell file that is being used, and we can see. So first of all, it prints out this ASCII art. This isn't the dangerous part of the file. So it's going to call this function right over here that's going to print out this ASCII art. That's great. And then it's going to set a few different variables. So info file path, this is going to be stoleninfo.txt. So it's going to be, it's going to write some file called stoleninfo.txt, and it's going to be saving it as a variable called info file path. So it's going to look for wallet files. So I think what this is doing is it's locating different crypto coin wallets that are stored on the user system, and then it's going to steal the information inside of them. So this is a particularly nasty little piece of malware over here. The script is designed to collect highly sensitive information from the victim's system, such as cryptocurrency wallets and saved browser credentials, and send it to the attacker's remote server. So all the content in this room, including the CPP code, PowerShell scripts, and commands, is provided solely for educational purposes. Please do not execute these on a Windows host. So don't use this malware on your own system, please. This looks fairly typical of a PowerShell script for such a purpose, with one notable exception, a signature in the code that reads, created by the one and only MM. So we're going to be searching for the source of the malware over here. There are many paths we could take to continue our investigation. We could investigate the website further, analyze its source code, or search for open directories, which might reveal information about the malicious actor's setup. We can search for the hash or signature on public malware databases like VirusTotal or any.run. Each of these methods could yield useful clues. However, for this room, we're going to try something a bit different. Since we already have the PowerShell code, searching for it online might give us some useful leads. It's a long shot, but we'll explore it in this exercise. There are many places where we can search for code. The most widely used is GitHub, so let's try searching there. To search effectively, we can look for unique parts of the code that we could use to search with. The more distinctive, the better. For this scenario, we have the string we've uncovered before that reads, created by the one and only MM. So we can search for this on GitHub, or by going directly to this link. So this link over here has been provided for our convenience. It is a search string on GitHub that looks for this particular line, created by the one and only MM. So let's go ahead and copy this link, and then put it in our web browser over here. Okay, so we see here that there are a few different comments inside of GitHub or a few different hits on GitHub that have this particular string created by the one and only MM. So we can take a look at the first one over here. And it looks like they're talking about the ASCII art over here. And this is taking a look at this user. This user actually is not the user we're looking for. but we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Let's go back to the TryHackMe page. Okay. So you'll notice something interesting if you explore the pages in the search results. Okay, so it says, note, if you receive an error below, it's because GitHub has rate limits in place if you are not signed in. To fix this, you can sign in with your GitHub account or skip directly for the next step by going here. Okay, so let's go ahead and take advantage of the link over here. Just copy that. And then we'll paste that in. Okay, so there's a user called mmmalwarethm over here that commented over here. Came across this cool C++ script of yours, would like to use it in Wareville. My only issue is I'm not too good with C++ and I don't really vibe. I'm more comfortable with PowerShell. All right. So if you look through the search results, you'll be able to infer the malicious actor's identity based on the information on the project's page and the GitHub issues section. So here's the comment that we saw from GitHub over here. Aha, it looks like this user has made a critical mistake. So basically they're talking about using the C++ script over there in their own project. And this user over here is the user that we're looking for, Mayor Wareville THM. So let's talk about OPSEC for a minute over here. So this is a classic case of OPSEC failure. Operational security, also known as OPSEC, is a term that was originally coined in the military to refer to the process of protecting sensitive information and operations from adversaries. The goal is to identify and eliminate potential vulnerabilities before the attacker can learn their identity. So in the context of cybersecurity, when malicious actors fail to follow proper OPSEC practices, they might leave digital traces that can be pieced together to reveal their identity. Some common OPSEC mistakes include reusing usernames, email addresses, or account handles across multiple platforms. One might assume that trying to cover their tracks would remove such obvious incriminating information, but sometimes it's due to vanity or simple forgetfulness. Using identifiable metadata in the code, documents, or images, which may reveal personal information like device names, GPS coordinates, or timestamps. Posting publicly on forums like GitHub, in this current scenario, with details that tie back to their real identity or reveal their location or habits. Failing to use VPN or proxy while conducting malicious activities allow law enforcement to track their real IP address. You'd think that someone doing something bad would make OPSEC their top priority, but they're only human and can make mistakes too. For example, here are some real OPSEC mistakes that led to some really big fails. So over here, we've got Alpha Bay admin takedown. So this is a famous case. One of the most spectacular OPSEC failures included Alexander Kazes, the administrator of Alpha Bay, one of the largest dark web marketplaces. So Kazes used the email address pimpalex91@hotmail.com and early welcome emails for the site. This email includes his year of birth and other identifying information. He cashed out using a Bitcoin account tied to his real name. Kazes reused the username Alpha02 across multiple platforms, linking his dark web identity to public posts under his real name. So over here, there's Chinese military hacking group APT1. There's also the notorious Chinese hacking group APT1, which made several OPSEC blunders. One member, Wang Dong, signed his malware code with the nickname Ugly Gorilla. This nickname was linked to programming forum posts associated with his real name. The group used predictable naming conventions for users' code and passwords. Their activity consistently aligned with Beijing business hours, making their location obvious. These failures provided enough information for cybersecurity researchers and law enforcement to publicly identify group members. So we're going to uncover the user. If you've thoroughly investigated the GitHub search result, you should have uncovered several clues based on poor OPSEC practices by the malicious actor. We note that the attacker left a distinctive signature in the PowerShell code, This allowed us to search for related repositories and issues on GitHub. We then discovered an issues page where attackers engaged in discussions, providing more context and linking their activities to other projects. In this discussion, they respond to a query about modifying the code. This response, paired with their unique handle, was another critical slip-up, leaving behind a trail of evidence that can be traced back to them. By analyzing the timestamps, usernames, and nature of their interactions, we can now attribute the mastermind behind the attack to MM. So what do we do next? McSkitty dug deeper, her mind sharpened quick, but something felt off, a peculiar trick. The pieces she gathered just didn't align, a puzzle with gaps, a tangled design. As McSkitty continued digging, a pattern emerged that didn't fit the persona she was piecing together. A different handle appeared in obscure places, buried deep in the details. MM. Who's MM? McSkitty muttered, the mystery deepening. Even though all signs of the website seemed to point to Glitch as the author, it became clear that someone had gone to great lengths to ensure Glitch's name appeared everywhere. Yet the scattered traces left by MM suggested a deliberate effort to shift the blame. Okay, so let's answer the questions below. Look at the song.mp3 file. Looks like the song.mp3 file is not what we expected. Run the exif song.mp3 in your terminal to find out the author of the song. Who is the author? Okay, so let's answer this question. Inside the attack box terminal, we're going to clear, and then we're going to run the exif tool program on song.mp3 over here. So exif tool space song.mp3, we run that, and we're looking for the author of this song over here. So in the output over here, we see artist, and it's this Tyler Ramsby. So let's copy that. Actually, I think we can just remember that. And we're just going to type it in over here. So over here, the answer is Tyler Ramsby. Click on submit. And that question is finished. Okay, so the next question over here is the malicious PowerShell script sends stolen info to a C2 server. What is the URL of this C2 server? So we have to take a look at the malicious PowerShell script. So over here, we can see that this is the author of the malicious PowerShell script, which is malware THM. So we can click on this person's profile here, and it'll tell us about the different repositories they have here. So there's only one actual repository. The other repository here says config files for my GitHub profile. So we're going to be visiting this in a bit, but first let's take a look at the IS repository here. So inside the repository, there's only one commit over here, and we're going to need that for another question. We're going to be answering that a little bit later. But let's take a look at the PS1 script over here. So this is the PS1 script over here, and let's make the script a little bit bigger on the screen. And what we're looking for is where we're going to be the C2 server. Where is the function that sends stolen info to the C2 server? So luckily, we've got a lot of comments in this code. So there's a function send info to C2 server, and the C2 URL is what we're looking for. So the C2 URL is http papashell thm/data. So we can just copy this. We can copy this this URL, and then we can go back to the TryHackMe page. In the TryHackMe page, we're going to click into the question field, paste in the answer, and click on submit. Okay, so that question is correct. The next question is, who is MM? Maybe his GitHub profile page would provide clues. So we're going to go back to the GitHub page, and so we're just going to go back to the main GitHub page here. And in the main GitHub page, there's this repository right here that says config files for the GitHub profile. So if we look in there, we're going to see here in the README file that says here that, "Hi, I'm MM, also known as Mayor Malware." So Mayor Malware is the answer for this question. So we can go back to TryHackMe, and we can enter for the answer for this question, Mayor Malware, and then click on Submit. Okay. So the last question we need to answer that requires an answer is, what is the number of commits on the GitHub repo where the issue is raised? So when we go over to the GitHub page and we go over to the IS repository where the issue is raised, so we see that the issues are over here, and the number of commits in this particular repository let's make this a little smaller. Okay. If you make the text a little bit smaller, you're going to be able to see the number of commits over on the side over here. It says 1 commit. So that's the answer. So we're going to go back and we're going to answer 1 commit and then click on Submit. And that's all we need to solve this room. All right. So it says, if you enjoyed this task, feel free to check out the OPSEC room. We can do that. You can do that if you wish. We're just going to click on Complete. And it says, what's with all these GitHub repos? Could they hide something else? There's all sorts of stuff you could look for in GitHub repos. So we're just going to click on Complete. And that's going to complete all the content for this room. So we've effectively completed day 1 of the Advent of Cyber 2024 event. And thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough. All right, so let's just close that out. And we're also going to close out our attack box. Click on Terminate Machine over here. And I think we can also close out this machine as well. So we're just going to terminate that. And okay, so that's one piece of content down, and we're going to be moving into our second piece of content for today. And the second piece of content is going to be a guided walkthrough for the VulNyx machine over here called Share. So let me just have a little drink of water, because I did a lot of narration right there. Just a second. Okay, so before we can begin this exercise here, I need to start up the virtual machine that's associated with this challenge. So I'm going to start that machine up. So of course, these VulNyx challenges are all virtual machines that you have to deploy to your own network. So what you need to do is you need to download the virtual machine images, and then you need to install them onto your so what is it called? It's VirtualBox and VMware. So those are the two most popular VM manager programs. So we see here that this share machine exists at IP address 10.0.2.76. So that's the address we're going to be hacking against. So all right, so let's get into the spirit of things, and let's do one hack the planet. Just a second. It's going to be just like this.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, and I'm also going to start playing some music just so we have something to listen to. That's a bit loud. If anybody's wondering, this is the soundtrack to the Mass Effect 2 game. But let's get started. So this is a guided walkthrough for the Share machine on the VulNyx website. So let's start. So the first thing we like to do when we do these CTF challenge boxes is we like to run an Nmap scan. Nmap is a program that's going to let us know what open ports exist on these remote servers. And let me double check the IP address. So the IP address has to be correct. We're going to run it with these different arguments over here to get the results we want. We're going to run it with -p- to run it on all the ports on the target server. We're going to run it with 4 threads, -t4. Extremely Big says, no way, this is the Mass Effect soundtrack. That's awesome. Well, the Mass Effect music from the Mass Effect games is really nice for coding or hacking or anything you like. But it's suitably quiet in some places and intense in others, so that's why I like to play this. And welcome to the stream, Extremely Big. Nice to see you. So we're going to run it with 4 threads with -t4, which is going to run the tool very fast, but not too fast. We're going to use very verbose output with -vv, so we're going to see output come out before the scan finishes running. And we're going to run it against common scripts against any services we find with the -sc, and run versioning information on whatever services we find with the -V over here. So let's run the program. And we're going to see 3 ports appear immediately. So there's port 22, port 8080, and port 80. So in just a few moments, the Nmap scan is going to come back, and then we're going to see what kind of services we're dealing with on this particular box. Looks like Nmap is taking a little bit of time to come back, but we see here that there is port 8080 available on the target, and we're actually kind of curious as to what service this might be. So we're going to manually enumerate it by using our web browser. So in our web browser, we're just going to navigate to that URL. So it's 10.0.276. And we're going to access port 8080 on the web server. So we see here that it says in the output over here, generated by WebOrf 0.12.2. So what WebOrf is some sort of web dev program or service. So let me explain what WebOrf is so that we can better understand the type of technology we're going to be hacking today. So this is WebDAV. WebDAV, which stands for Web Distributed Authoring and Versioning, is a web-based technology which allows users to work collectively on documents. So it's a type of collaborative, I guess it allows people to work collectively on documents. Okay. So WebDAV, this particular WebDAV software is called WebOrf version 0.12.2. So what does this mean? When we research this software version, we find that there is a directory traversal exploit available, which gives us arbitrary file read access to the server. So this is a case where we have a particular piece of software as well as a version number, and then we can exploit it because we can research whether or not there are exploits available for that version. So let's go back to the web app over here. So we can just copy this entire thing here, and then we can use searchsploit to search for a potential exploit for this software. So searchsploit is a program that is connected to the exploit database, and the exploit database has is basically a repository of exploits for different software versions. And so we're just going to provide this to Searchsploit and then see what comes back. So we see here that the WebWarf version 0.12.2 has this directory traversal vulnerability. So we can actually read up on this. The exploit is actually a text file. So what we're going to do is we're going to Searchsploit one more time, and we're going to copy this text file over to our current directory. So it's just going to be Searchsploit-m and then the number of the exploit over here, which is 14925. So it says here that there is a exploit DB URL associated with this. And I guess what we need to do is we need to go over to that page to access the exploit. So we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to navigate to this page in our web browser. So over here, so it says here, WebWarf suffers from a directory traversal vulnerability. This vulnerability could allow attackers to read arbitrary files and hack the planet. That's great. That's exactly what we want to do. So what we need to do is we need to okay. So the file path we need to provide is going to be a bunch of these // over here, and then whatever file we want to access here. All right, so okay, so let's take advantage of this vulnerable web server. So we know that the WebWarf server is right here, and what we're going to do is we're just going to provide a bunch of // in the URL bar, and we're going to see if we can access the etc password file. So what this essentially is some arbitrary file read on the web server, which is really bad. Okay, file not found. I think we need to take a look at so get something. I guess we need to URL encode this. So I'm just going to copy this exact payload, and then I'm going to paste it in. Okay, so we need to URL encode our // over here, but we are able to get arbitrary file read. So because we can get arbitrary file read, we can read this etc password file. And we see here at the bottom that there is this user over here called Tim. Because we know this Tim user exists on the system. Oh, just a second. So because we know this Tim user exists on the system, if Tim has some sensitive files in his home directory, for example, if he has an SSH key located in his home directory, we can access that file as well. So we can go back up to the URL bar, and instead of etc password, we're going to go over to home Tim, and then I guess we need to supply the %2f. So %2f .ssh, and then %2f ID_RSA. Okay, so if this user has an SSH key, we would be able to access the SSH key by using directory traversal in this case. So not found. I think what we need to do is we need to URL encode all of these characters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a URL encoder website. So URL encode, and I'm going to encode these characters over here. So it's going to be all of these dot dot slashes, and then we're going to go to home tim.ssh/id underscore RSA. So we're going to convert this, and we're going to provide this to the server. Over here, WebOrf. Okay. Let me look at my notes. So home Tim. Oh, I misspelled Tim. I misspelled Tim and I put time instead. Okay, so I'm going to correct my spelling mistake and I'm going to try again. Okay. So now that it's very important not to make spelling mistakes when you're doing hacking, because spelling mistakes lead to not hacking, which is not fun. All right, so we now have access to Tim's SSH key over here, which we access through directory traversal. So we're just going to copy Tim's SSH key over here, just copy it all, and then go back to our Kali Linux machine. And in the Kali Linux machine, we're just going to create a file called IDRSA, like this, inside of Nano. After that, we're going to paste in the contents. And it looks like, so the formatting looks correct. So we're just going to save out this, this file. And we're going to modify the file permissions on this IDRSA key. So IDRSA keys have to have very specific permissions in order to run. And we're going to be using this IDRSA key to break into the server in just a little while. But before that, we have to change the file permissions. So anybody in a group can read this file, and global users can also read this file. We need to correct this. We're going to correct it with this command right here, chmod 600. So 600 means that the first number in chmod refers to the file creator. The second number refers to the groups, and the third number refers to the global users. So we have to give no permissions for the group or the global users, which are the second and third zeros over here. So we're going to apply these file permissions to IDRSA, and then we'll see that these are the permissions we want. So groups and global users do not have any permissions with this file. So after that, we can try to use SSH to log in using this key. So the command is going to be SSH and then -i to provide a key file to log in with. And that's going to be the IDRSA. We have to provide a username. It's going to be Tim at the IP address 10.02.76. It's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. Of course we do. Type yes. And then it's going to ask us for a passphrase. Unfortunately, we don't know the passphrase for this key. So what we're going to do is we're going to exit from here, and we're going to need to crack the passphrase for the key. So in order to do that, we need to run a certain utility on the key program to extract its file hash. Sorry, its password hash, rather. So the tool is called SSH2John, and we're going to run it on the IDRSA file. We're going to output the program's output. We're going to save to a file called tim.hash. So the SSH2John tool is going to extract the password hash from the key file and put it into this file right here. So after we do that, we can take a look at the tim.hash file, and we can see that this is an IDRSA key, and it has this password hash right here. We're going to be using a program called John the Ripper to determine what the actual password, what the actual passphrase is associated with this particular hash. So we're just going to run this program, which is called John the Ripper. And John the Ripper is going to try to determine what the hash is by comparing it with all the words in a particular word list. The word list in this case is going to be the rocku.txt file, and the rocku.txt file has a list of 14 million of the most common passwords. So we're just going to run John the Ripper here, and it should be able to, okay, Tim loves himself. So that's great. Well, it's great for us because we managed to figure out how to log in as the Tim user. Okay, so we're just going to run SSH again, and we've determined that the passphrase for the IDRSA key for Tim is I love Tim. So let's run SSH, and it's going to ask us for the passphrase. We know that the passphrase is I love Tim, and now we are logged in as Tim. And because we've broken into a server, we have to put on our scary hacker voice and do our usual ritual, which is...
Hey everybody, it's me, the scary hacker voice guy. Whenever we break into a server, we have to put on our scary hacker voice and say, we're in.
All right, so now that that's out of the way, we can continue. So how are we going to elevate our privileges on this particular system? So one of the first things I like to do when I break into any server as a particular user is I like to figure out if they have elevated permissions with the sudo command. And we can do that by using this command here, sudo space -l. All right, so it says here that the user Tim may run the following commands on share, which is the name of this system, as root with no password. They can run this binary right here, which is called YAFC. So what is YAFC? We could probably find out by using the man command. So man YAFC. And we can see here that YAFC is yet another FTP client. So because this is an FTP client, we can assume that we can use the same sort of privilege escalation techniques for this binary as if it were the FTP binary. So let's get out of here and let's do a little explanation of what we're going to do next. So our method of privilege escalation on this particular system is sudo YAFC. So YAFC is yet another FTP client. And we have sudo access to this binary. When we do our research and see what this program is, it turns out it's a type of FTP client program. And most FTP client programs behave in a way that is very similar to the original FTP client. The privilege escalation method for the YAFC binary is the same as the FTP binary, which is very similar to the command shown above. So we've got, we run the sudo FTP, and then while we're running FTP, or in this case, YAFC, we can break out of the program by giving a command, and this command is going to break us out into a interactive shell. And because we're running YAFC as sudo, it's going to be a privileged shell. So let's demonstrate this. So we're going to do sudo YAFC. So we're running the program right now. We're at the prompt over here, and we're going to inject a command over here, and the command is going to open up a shell. Because it's running as sudo, and we're running sudo as root, we're going to open up a root shell. So after that, we see that our prompt becomes an octothorpe over here, which is a sign that we are running as the root user. When we ask, who am I? It says we are root. So when we become root on this stream, we redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we've become root on the system because we abused the YIFC binary over here, and we're very close to finishing this challenge. So, first of all, what we need to do to finish the challenge is move into the root directory, and then access the root.txt file. But we're not going to do that directly, because the organizers of the VulNyx website have requested that we not show flag contents on the on live stream or during walkthroughs. So what we're going to do is we're going to cat the root.txt file, but redirect the output to a file called iread root.txt. So because we're able to create this file, and because they're the same file size, we're going to do one last thing to verify that we read the root.txt file. We're going to run md5 sum on the root.txt file and the iread root.txt file. And we see that the file hashes are the same, which means we've effectively read the root.txt file and finished the exercise. Well, thank you very much for watching this walkthrough on the VulNyx Share machine, and we will see you next time. But the stream's not over. Don't worry, because what we need to do is we need to go through a couple more exercises before we finish today's stream. So let's reset a little bit. I'm just going to delete the iread root file, and then we're going to get out of here. Okay. So how's everybody doing? Ronan is in the stream, and welcome. Anybody else, if you want to say hello, now is the time to do so, because we are in between activities. I hope everybody's enjoying the music. And today is the first day of December. I've done a little bit of decorating over here, and I made up a new little background, and I've also done some new overlay stuff. Hope everybody appreciates it. It is fun to include nice new decorations for each month. All right, so let's get out of here and let's prepare for the next activity, which is going to be covering day 2 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event. So Advent of Cyber over here. Let's close out everything here. Extremely Big says the tree looks good. Thank you very much. It took me a little while to make it in with my AI friend. So I think AI is AI is okay for doing little things like making little images and stuff, because otherwise, if somebody wanted to pay an artist to make an image like this, it would probably take between 2 weeks to get it done. Ronan says I don't hear music. Huh. Let me double check. Oh, there is no music. That's weird. Let me Let me double check that the music is going. I think you should be able to hear it now. Yeah, okay, you should be able to hear it now. Thank you very much for telling me about the music. You should be able to hear it now. If it's too loud, let us know, or if it's way too soft, please let us know as well. Alright, so let's... Okay, so this over here, we can get out of here. And we can get started on day number 2. Okay, I get to put on my my narrator's voice. Great. Let me have a little drink before I start with all this talking. I find that if you don't read the description for the challenges during Advent of Cyber, then you're going to have a tough time following with the questions anyways. And if your goal is to answer the questions and get done with the tasks, you need to do a little bit of reading. All right. So this is a walkthrough for day 2 of Advent of Cyber 2024 from TryHackMe, and this is log analysis. So it says here, it's the most wonderful time of year again, and it's also the most stressful day for Wareville Security Operations Center, SOC team. Despite the overwhelming alerts generated by the new and noisy rules deployed, Wareville's SOC analysts have been processing them nonstop to ensure the safety of the town. However, the SOC analysts are now burning out from the workload needed before Christmas. Numerous open cases are still pending, and similar alerts are still firing repeatedly, making them think of the possibility of false positives out of all this mess. Now help the awesome Wareville SOC team analyze the alerts to determine whether the rumor is true that Mayor malware is instigating chaos within the town. So we're talking about true positives or false positives. In the SOC, events from different devices are sent to the SIM, which is the single source of truth where all the information and events are aggregated. Certain rules, detection engineering rules, are defined to identify malicious or suspicious activity from these events. If an event or set of events fulfills the conditions of a rule, it triggers an alert. A SOC analyst then analyzes the alert to identify it if the alert is a true positive, TP, or a false positive, FP. An alert is considered a TP if it contains actual malicious activity. On the flip side, if the alert triggers because of an activity that is not actually malicious, it is considered an FP. This might seem very simple in theory, but practically separating TPs from FPs can be a tedious job. It can sometimes become very confusing to differentiate between an attacker and a system administrator. Okay, so we've got this little cartoon. This looks bad. Oh, how sophisticated, must be an APT. Oh, it's just the system administrator. So making a decision. While it's confusing to differentiate between TPs and FPs, it is very crucial to get it right. If a TP is classified as an FP, it can lead to a significant impact for a missed cyber attack. If an FP is classified as a TP, precious time will be spent focusing on the FP, which might lead to less focus on an actual attack. So how exactly do we ensure that we perform this crucial job effectively? We can use the below points to guide us, using the SOC superpower. The SOC has a superpower. When they are unsure whether an activity is performed by a malicious actor or a legitimate user, they can just confirm with the user. This privilege is not available to an attacker. A SOC analyst, on the other hand, can just send an email or call the relevant person to get confirmation of a certain activity. In mature organizations, any changes that might trigger an alert in the SOC often require change requests to be created and approved through the IT change management process. Depending on the process, the SOC team can ask the users to share change request details for confirmation. Surely, if it is legitimate and approved activity, it must have approved change request. So in the context here, while it might seem like the SOC superpower makes things super easy, that's not always the case. There are cases which can act as kryptonite to the SOC superpower. If an organization doesn't have a change request process in place, the performed activity was outside the scope of the change request or was different from that of the approved change request, the activity triggered an alert such as copying files to a certain location, uploading a file to a certain website, or failed login to a system. An insider threat performed an activity they're not authorized to perform, whether unintentionally or intentionally. A user performed a malicious activity via social engineering from a threat actor. In such scenarios, it is very important for the SOC analyst to understand the context of the activity and make a judgment call based on their analysis skills and security knowledge. While doing so, the analysis can look at the past behavior of the user or the prevalence of a certain event or artifact throughout the organization or a certain department. For example, if a certain user from a network team is using Wireshark, there is a chance that other users from the same team also use Wireshark. However, Wireshark seen on a machine belonging to someone from HR or finance should rightfully raise some eyebrows. Correlation. When building the context, the analyst must correlate different events to make a story or timeline. Correlation entails using the past and future events to recreate a timeline of events. When performing correlation, it is important to note down certain important artifacts that can be used to connect the dots. These important artifacts can include IP addresses, machine names, usernames, hashes, file paths, etc. Correlation requires a lot of hypothesis creation and ensuring that the evidence supports the hypothesis. A hypothesis can be something like the user downloaded malware from a spoof domain. The evidence to support this can be the proxy logs that support the hypothesis that a website was visited. The website used a spoof domain name and a certain file was downloaded from that website. Now let's say we want to identify whether the malware executed through some vulnerability in an application or a user intentionally executed the malware. To see that, we might look at the parent process of the malware and the command line parameters used to execute said malware. If the parent process is Windows Explorer, we can assume that the user executed the malware intentionally, or they might have been tricked into executing it via social engineering. But if the parent process is a web browser or a word processor, we can assume that the malware was not intentionally executed, but it was executed because of a vulnerability in said application. So is this a TP or an FP? Similar to every SOC, the analysts in the Wareville SOC need to differentiate TPs from FPs. This becomes especially difficult for them near Christmas when the analysts face alert fatigue. High chances of misclassification of TPs into FPs and vice versa are present in such times. The analysts therefore appreciate any help they could get from us in this crucial time. To make matters worse, the Office of the Mayor has sent the analysts an alert informing them of multiple encoded PowerShell commands to run on their systems. Perhaps we can help with that. Okay, so what we need to do to start the challenge is we need to do some connection. So it says, do we need to start a VM machine? Yes. Is there a direct link available? Yes. Do we need to start the attack box? No, but this is not correct. We do need to start the attack box today. So what we're going to do is we're going to start that all up. So we're just going to click on the green Start Machine button up here, and then we're going to go up to the top of the web page, and we're going to start the attack box. Okay, so the attack box is now starting. It's going to take a couple of minutes to load up, but in the meantime, we're going to read about what's going on in this challenge. Okay, so it says here, to help the analyst, we must start the Elastic SIM in the attached VM by clicking the Start Machine button below. The instance takes 5 minutes to initialize and for the Elastic login page to appear. Once the machine is up and running, we can connect to the Elastic SIM by visiting... Okay, there's going to be an URL over here in the browser using the following credentials. We need to provide the username Elastic and the password Elastic. So we're going to have to wait for a little bit. We're going to need to wait for a little bit while the TryHackMe machines are loading up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run a little bird video for you guys to watch. And which bird video shall we watch? How about this one? So this is my bird with the broken leg. He just evokes so much pity because his leg is broken. But just because his one leg is broken doesn't mean that he can't do anything. He can still do all the regular things, just not as well. This is my bird feeder, by the way. I've got this set up in the backyard, and I fill it up with peanuts and different seeds, and the birds come over and they gobble it all up. So this footage is from the summer, and these are my favorite visitors. These are the stellar jays. They're a type of blue jay, and they exist on the west coast. On the east coast, you have the classic blue jay, which is the white and blue bird. But on the west coast, you see stellar jays, and these guys are just as cute and just as smart as regular blue jays, except they're on the west coast and not the east coast. Alright, so let's see if our machine has finished booting up. Okay, so the machine has finished initializing over here. So in the terminal, I'm just going to dismiss the terminal here, and we're going to start up the web browser in the attack box. So because TryHackMe machines can only talk to other TryHackMe machines, that's why we need to start up the attack box in order to contact the machine for today's task. So we're just going to copy the URL over here, and then we're going to paste it into the clipboard. After that, we can click into the web browser and then go from there. So it says loading Elastic. So Elastic is a SIM program which ingests a bunch of different data from the network, and from there your browser does not meet the security requirements for Kibana. Well, I don't believe that. I'm just going to mute this warning. Okay, so the Elastic SIM is a place where you can take a look at all the alert logs for a particular security operations center, otherwise known as a SOC. So it says here that the username and password are both going to be Elastic. So we're just going to punch those in, then click on Login. Okay. So once we logged in, we can click on the menu on the top left corner and go to the Discover tab to see the events. So over here, we're going to click on this button. We're going to click on Discover. And what we need to do now is we need to set the dates for the alerts that we want to look at. So according to the alert sent by the mayor's office, the activity occurred between December 1st, 2024, between 9 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. So we can set this as our time window by clicking on the time frame settings in the upper left corner. So over here in the upper left corner, okay, so let's see. Note that we need to click on the Absolute tab to set the exact time frame we want to view. Lastly, click on the Update button to apply the changes. So I think because we've got this really squished view, we aren't able to see everything over here. So I need to select Absolute from this menu. Okay. So we click on Now, and then we can set it to either relative or absolute. So the task is asking us to set it to absolute time, which is setting not relative to right now, I guess. So click on absolute, and we're going to set the date to December 1st. So it's going to be December 1st. And what we need to do is we need to start it at 9 a.m. So just going to scroll down. Just keep in mind that this is a 24-hour clock scheme. So we're just going to select 9 a.m. And let's see. I think, oh, I forgot to. Okay. So 9 a.m. No, it's not 9 a.m. Okay, I'm going to click on, so there are two fields. This is the beginning field and this is the end field. So we need to click on the beginning field we need to select absolute. We need to select December 1st NIAM over here. And then we need to set the end time. So the end time is going to be 9:30. So we're going to select 9:30 as the end time. And then we're going to select the blue button over here, which is going to update the time frame. Okay. So we see here that we've got 21 hits, which have different information here. This is really squished up, and I don't enjoy looking at this really squished view, but I do want to see the stuff on the TryHackMe page at the same time, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this I'm going to put the attack box in its own browser tab. So we can go down here. There's a button at the bottom in the middle called View in Full Screen. So we're just going to put this attack box in the full screen so that we don't have a really squished up view. We can maximize the space we have to take a look at this stuff. And this is more comfortable, but unfortunately I can't see the instructions right now. So we're going to have to switch back and forth between our attack box and the regular TryHackMe page. Okay, so let me close out the split view. Okay, so we just finished setting up the times over here. So after updating the settings, we see 21 events in the mentioned time frame. So we've got 21 hits, and if we take a look at the attack box, we also see 21 hits over here. Okay, this is accurate. So it says in their current form, the events don't look very easily readable. We can use the fields in the left pane to add columns to the results and make them more readable. Hovering on the field name in the left pane will allow adding that field as a column as shown below. Okay, so we can choose the timestamp in the in this menu over here, and we can add the field as a column. So let's go over to our attack box, and we're going to, over here, there's going to be this one for timestamp, and we're going to click over here to add it as a column. Okay, so now in the search bar we see the different logs, and they're all organized by their timestamp. Okay. So what else? So since we're looking for events related to PowerShell, we would like to know the following details about the logs. The hostname where the command was run, you can use the host.hostname field as a column for that. The user which performed the activity, we can use the user.name field as a column for this information. We can add the event.category field to ensure that we're looking at the correct event category. To know the actual commands run using PowerShell, we can use the process.commandline field. And finally, to know if the activity succeeded, we can add the event.outcome field. Alright, so host.hostname, user.name. Okay, so down here, we can search for these. So host.hostname. Okay, and then after that, we can highlight it and click on the blue arrow over here to add the field as a column. And I think there was a user.name, so we're going to search for that, user.name. Okay, and we're going to add that. And what else do we need? We need event.category, process.commandline. Event.category. Okay, add that. Process.commandline. So that's at the top over here. We're going to add that. And the last one we need to add is event.outcome. Event.outcome. Okay, we're going to add that. So we see here for all of the logs we've got a timestamp, we have a host name, we have a username, an event category, the exact command that was run, on the command line, and we have the event outcome, which is either success or failure. Okay. So after we've added these fields as columns, we should have a format like this. So it's going to look very similar to this. So it looks like someone ran the same encoded PowerShell command on multiple machines. Another thing to note here is before the execution of the PowerShell command, we see an authentication event which was successful. So over here, we've got a process event, we've got an authentication request event, process authentication, and they're running a bunch of PowerShell commands as we see here in the process.command line. So this activity is observed individually on each machine, and the time difference between the login and the PowerShell commands looks very precise. Best practices dictate that the named accounts are used for any kind of administrator activity so that there is an accountability and attribution for each administrative activity performed. The usage of generic admin account here also seems suspicious. On asking, the analyst informed us that this account is used by 2 administrators who are not in the office when the activity occurred. Something's not right. Are these some of Glitch's shenanigans? Is Christmas in danger? We need to find out who ran these commands. So let's also add the source.ip field as a column to find out who ran the PowerShell commands. Okay, so in the browser here, we're going to add the column source.ip. We're going to add it with this button here. And we see here that the source IP for all of these commands is this IP address over here, which is 10.0.11.11. Okay. So since the source IP field is only available for the authentication events, we can filter out the process events to see if there's a pattern. To do that, we can hover over the event.category field in one of the process events. We will see the option to filter only for this value, +, or filter out the value, -, as seen below. Let's filter for authentication events by clicking on the +, beside it to see only those in the results. So over here, in the authentication event, we're going to only filter for authentication events. So we can do that by going into our attack box, and under the event category, authentication, click on the plus button over here, filter for value, and that's going to eliminate all the other event categories that are not authentication. As a result, you can see that the output only renders the authentication events, since the results do not give us useful insights. Let's remove it for now. You can do this by clicking on the X beside the filter. So over in the Elastic UI, we see there's a filter over here, event category authentication. We can click on the X over here to delete this filter, and then we're not only going to see authentication events. Since the time frame we previously used was for PowerShell events, and the authentication events might have been coming before that, we need to expand the search to understand the context and historical events for this user. Let's see if we have any events from this user for the 29th of November to the 21st of December, updating the time filter for these days. The results look like this. Remember to remove the event.category filter before this step. So the event.category filter, this one. Yeah, we've already done this. And then we're going to update our time frame, and we're going to go from anything from November 29th until December 1st. So let's go ahead and do that. So the time frame is going to be, we're going to click on this button first, and we're going to set it to November 29th. Down here, November 29, and we need to set the time to 0. Okay, and after that, we're going to set the end date, and the end date is going to be December 1st. and the time is going to be 0. So November 29th, 2024, 0, and December 1st, 2024, 0. And then click on the update button. Okay, so we see here that the number of hits has increased dramatically over to 4,814. Let me double check. Let me double check whether or not this is the time frame we want. November 29th, December 1st. Oh, December 1st is not 00. It has to be December 1st, 11:30. Okay, so let's change that. So over in the time over here, we need to change the time from 00 to 11:30, which is 23:30 over here. Okay, so after that, we're going to click on Update. And that's going to update the hits to 6,814. Okay, so we've got some ads running on Twitch right now. I'm going to wait for a few seconds for the ads to finish. In the meantime, I'm going to stay having a little drink. Okay, so welcome back from ads. So what we did during the break is we updated the time. So the time is going to start at November 29th from 00, and it's going to go to December 1st, 2024, but the time that it ends has to be 23:30, so that's 11:30. So make sure that this is your time frame, and then click on refresh. You should see a total of 6,814 events over here. Okay, let's continue. So there seem to be more than 6,800 events in these 3 days, and we see a spike at the end of the logs. However, even though we use the time filter for the day end on the 1st of December, we see no events after successful PowerShell execution. There have been a lot of authentication events in the previous days than on the 1st of December. To understand the events further, let's filter for our username with service admin and source IP with 10.0.11.11 to narrow our search. So username, we're going to limit this to service admin. Okay, let's do that. So username service admin, we're going to click on this button over here to add the filter for the value. And that's going to restrict the number of events to only where the username is equal to service admin. And then we're going to filter on the source IP so that it only comes from this address right over here, 10.0.11.11. So source IP over here, 10.0.11.11, we're going to add this as a filter. Okay, so we're all updated now. So the source IP filter is in place, and the username filter is also in place. All right, so let's continue. So it looks like all these events have been coming from the same user and the same IP address. We definitely need to investigate further. This also does not explain the spike. Let's filter for authentication events first by clicking on the plus button beside it. Okay, so event category is going to be authentication. So let's go ahead and filter on that event category. So over here, we've got event category authentication. We're going to click on this button over here to filter. And that's going to restrict the event categories to only authentication events. And in this case, we see that the number of hits doesn't really change all that much. Okay, let's continue. So moreover, let's filter out our source IP to see if we can find IP addresses that cause the spike. This can be done by clicking on the minus button beside it. Okay, so we're going to remove the filter for source IP so that we can see other IP addresses. So let's do that. So over here for source IP, we're going to click on this minus button to filter out the value so we can see other values for the IP. Okay, so we see that there are 1,100 hits that do not include that source IP, and it looks like they're all coming from this other source IP, which is 10.0.255.1. Alright, so let's talk about what that means. So after applying the filters, the expected results will be similar to the image below. So we've got all of these authentication events for 10.0.255.1. So scrolling down, we see many events for failed logins. We also see that the IP address for the spike ending in 255.1 differs from the one we saw in the events continuously coming in the previous days, which all came from 10.0.11.11. The analysts have previously investigated this and found that a script with expired credentials was causing the issue. However, that script was updated with a fresh set of credentials. Anyhow, this might be just another script. Let's find out. So let's remove the source IP filter so that we can focus on the authentication events close to the spike. After applying the new filter, okay, so remove the source IP filter. So over in the attack box, we're going to remove the source IP filter. So up here, you're going to see not source IP 10.0.11.11. We're going to remove this filter by clicking on this button right here. So the X. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's take a look. So after applying the new filter, we see that the failed login stopped a little while after the successful login from the new IP. So we see here that we have the success for December 1st at 9:03. Let's take a look. So December 1st at 9:03. Let's go down a little bit. Okay, so following the timeline, we've got all these failure events over here, and then there's a success at 9:03. After the success at 9:03, there are not very many authentication events after that. But previous to that, there's something like 6,700 something failure events for logging in, which is kind of suspicious. Okay, so our suspicions are rising. It seems like someone tried a brute force attack on December 1st, as shown by the same filters applied above. So the results also showed that they succeeded with the brute force attempt because of the successful authentication attempt and quickly ran some PowerShell commands on the affected machines. Once the PowerShell commands were run, we didn't see any further login attempts. This looks like a true positive, and there needs to be an escalation so that McSkitty can help us respond to this incident. Christmas in danger? The alarms have gone off, and McSkitty has been called to help take this incident further. The analysts have briefed McSkitty about the incident, and McSkitty observed that nobody had actually looked at what the PowerShell command contained. Since the command was encoded, it needs to be decoded. McSkitty changes the filters with event category process to take a deeper look at the PowerShell commands. So we need to create a filter for event category process. Okay, so over here, we're going to get rid of the event category authentication filter. So we're just going to X this out. Okay, so after this is applied, we can add a filter for process. So under any of these process events over here, we're going to add the filter over here with this button, filter for value, on process. And that's only going to... Okay, so there are only 12 events with the process. So we're just going to go up to the top here. So there are a bunch of these PowerShell commands that are being run here. And each one of these PowerShell commands is encoded with what looks like base64 encoding. Let's take a look. We can see the PowerShell command in the process.command line field. So this one over here, it's PowerShell.exe. Encoded command is going to be this thing over here. So McSkitty knows that the encoded PowerShell commands are generally base64 encoded and can be decoded using tools such as CyberChef. Since the command might contain some sensitive information and therefore must not be submitted on the public portal, McSkitty spins up her own instance of CyberChef hosted locally. McSkitty started by pasting the encoded part of the command into the input pane of CyberChef. Okay, so we can do this ourselves. We can go over to CyberChef, CyberChef, and the address is going to be cyberchef.io. So I'm just going to provide it to do. So here you go. So cyberchef.io, what we want to do is we want to get the PowerShell command. And the PowerShell command is over here. So remember, we only want this part of the PowerShell command because we're going to be decoding this. So just highlight it and then copy it and then go over to CyberChef. In CyberChef, click into the input pane here and paste in the encoded command. So since it is a base64 encoded command, McSkitty used two recipes, named from base64 and decoded text from the left pane. Note that McSkitty configured the decode text to UTF-16LE since it is the encoding used by PowerShell for base64. So this is actually some important stuff to know, since if you don't know this, you might come up with some weird results when you start decoding from base64 intended for PowerShell. Okay, so over at CyberChef, we've got a bunch of operations here. So we're going to search for base64. Whoops, base64. So we've got from base64, and this is, oops, we want from base64. So click on this and drag it to the recipe panel over here. Okay. And what we need to do is we also need to include the, was it encode? Let me check real quick. So decode text, okay. So we want decode text. So we're going to drag decode text into the recipe panel as well. And we need to select the encoding. So the encoding we're going to select is UTF-16LE. And this is going to get us our decoded PowerShell command. So it says here, install Windows Update, accept all, auto reboot. And we're going to be using this for one of our answers over here, but before that, let's go back to the room. So the result provided a sigh of relief to McSkitty, who had feared that the Christmas had been ruined. Someone had come in to help McSkitty and the team secure their defenses, but who? Villain or hero? McSkitty further analyzed the secret hero and came to a startling revelation. The credentials for the script in the machines that ran the Windows Update were outdated. Someone brute forced the systems and fixed the credentials after successfully logging in. This was evident from the fact that each executed PowerShell command was preceded by a successful login from the same source IP, causing failed logins over the past few days. What's even more startling, it was Glitch who accessed ADM1 and fixed the credentials after McSkitty confirmed who owned the IP address. Okay, so over here, ADM1, this is the name of the machine that sent the authentication request. So this meant that the people of Wareville had misunderstood Glitch, who was just trying to shore up the defenses. But if Glitch was the one helping the defenses, who was trying to sabotage it? Was it the mayor who informed the SOC of the suspicious PowerShell commands? Just like alerts aren't always what they seem in the SOC, so was the case here, at Wareville, with people. As hard as it was to differentiate between a true positive and a false positive, so was the case with the mayor and Glitch. However, McSkitty can perhaps use the evidence-based deduction skills learned in the SOC to make this difference easier for the people of Wareville. Alright, so let's answer the questions for today's task to finish up today's exercise. So question 1, what is the name of the account causing all the failed login attempts? So the name of the account. Okay, so we can go over to our TryHackMe here, and we see here that the ones that are causing the failed logins. Okay, so we're going to stop filtering for process, and instead we're going to look for the authentication events. So we're looking at the authentication requests, and we're going to see that all of these failures over here come from this account right here, which is called service_admin. So that is the answer. So the answer is service_admin. Okay. The next question is, how many failed login attempts were observed? So to find this out, we're going to go over to Zerk says, how are you doing? Back from the gym. Hello, we're just continuing on with our TryHackMe stuff, and welcome back. So over at the TryHackMe machine, what we're going to do is we're going to look for authentication events, and we're going to search for the failures. So over here, under failure, we're going to filter for the failure value. And we're going to see that there are, and we also need to filter for the authentication event category as well. So just to make sure that we're not looking at any other event categories. Okay, so it looks like the number of failed events in this case is 6791. So let's provide this as the answer. 6791. Click on submit. Okay. Alright, so the next question is, what is the IP address of Glitch? So Glitch was the user that patched up the server using PowerShell, and if we look over here, we need to remove the filter for source IP over here. I don't think there is one. So we're going to filter out the failure outcome. We're going to filter out the authentication category. So we're going to remove these filters, and then we're going to look for the processes. So we're going to filter on process. So event category process, filter on that. And then we're going to see, oh, there's no source IP here. Okay. So we need to remove the filter for process. Okay, when we need to filter out the source IP 10.0.11.11, because that's... And I think so. These are the ones that we're looking for. These IPs. So the IP we're looking for is this one right here, 10.0.255.1. T says, my best friend, can you prepare a group Discord? Your YouTube channel is Discord page. I join one, please. Well, we're not doing Discord on HackerFrogs right now. We're only doing Reddit. So if you want to take a look at the Reddit page, it's going to be right here. We might set up a Discord for HackerFrogs later, but for now we're just using Reddit. But maybe in the future we'll be setting up a Discord server for HackerFrogs. Thank you very much for your concern. All right, so let's finish off. Let's finish off today's exercise. So this is the IP address we're looking for, 10.0.251. 10.0.255.1. Click on submit. Okay, so the next question is, when did Glitch successfully log on to ADM01? Format is this over here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to filter on this endpoint, ADM1. We also need to filter on Glitch's IP address, which is this one right here. So we're going to go and we're going to filter on this IP address. And we also need to filter for the ADM1 host name. So ADM1, we're going to filter on that. Okay, and the question asks us, when did Glitch successfully log into ADM1? So we're looking for the first event, which is success. So event outcome success, we need to filter on that as well. Okay, so there's only one event, and the event is this date right here. We can actually directly copy the date, and then copy it, go over to the clipboard, and copy this. I didn't copy the 000. Okay, well I can remember to put that in. Alright, so paste in the time over here. I need to copy in the 000 at the end. 000. Click on submit. Okay. And lastly, what is the decoded command executed by Glitch to fix the systems of Wareville? So this is the decoded base64 command, and if we go back to CyberChef, we see that this is the result over here. Install Windows Update, accept all, auto reboot. So we can just copy this output over here, and then go back to TryHackMe, paste in that answer, click on submit. Okay. So lastly, we need to answer this question over here. If you enjoyed this task, feel free to check out the Investigating with Elk 101 room. Okay, click on submit, and we are finished. Alright, so that is room 2 from TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber 2024 event. Okay. So we're going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be... Well, sorry, we're not going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be back on Wednesday, and on Wednesday we're going to be covering more of these challenges. So we're going to be covering the next 2 challenges in a couple of days, but this was a really long one. So let me just close this out. So up at the top, please terminate your machines, and in TryHackMe, close out your machine as well. I think we just need to close this out. TryHackMe, show the split view, and then terminate this machine. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes before the last part of the stream starts up, and that's going to be our free hacking section. If anybody has any questions or any comments about anything we've been doing today, please let us know in the chat. But about 10 minutes. What can we do in 10 minutes? Well, let's introduce the HackerFrogs Reddit. If you're on Reddit, or even if you're not on Reddit, we have HackerFrogs has a Reddit page, and on the Reddit page you can see all of the schedules for the live streams over here. It's updated every week. And there are also some links for educational materials for different stuff, such as over here, if you're interested in learning about Linux, if you're interested in learning about Python or about web app hacking, we've got some different topics over there that you can check out. There's also a YouTube page over here. So this is youtube.com/theshyhat, where we have all of our HackerFrogs live videos and stuff. We also have a bunch of videos that cover a bunch of different CTF machines, including stuff from VulNyx, stuff from PicoCTF, and some really old stuff where we cover some stuff from Hack the Box over here. And if you're interested in that, you can go ahead and go to this page over here. But anyways, let's get ready for the next activity. The next activity is going to be hacking on HackMyVM.eu. So you can join in along with us. So if you don't have an account over at HackMyVM.eu, it's another great cybersecurity education platform, and you can access it from this over here, this link. So I need to shut down my previous challenge, which was from VulNyx, and this VM over here is shut that down. And we're going to start up the challenge from HackMyVM, which is just over here. So we've been, let's go, says Gustavo. Thank you very much. Yep, we're going to be hacking some Windows. So let's redeem some music right now. This is All the Things, which is a famous nerdcore hacking rap video.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so before we start, I'm starting up the DC01 challenge, which is the challenge that we're going to be doing today. I took a very brief look at the machine before today, just to make sure that the machine was running, and it has all of the usual ports open, but luckily it's not blocking any ping requests, which is kind of nice. Anyways, we're going to be taking a look at that starting at the top of the hour in about 7 minutes. Okay. But what else is on the HackMyVM.eu website over here? So along with different machines that you can download and do your hacking against, they also have a number of labs which are really fun. Oops, need to sign in again. And you can, so these HMV labs. So these are labs that the first two over here are labs that you can connect to via SSH. And then what you're trying to do is you're trying to get flags by solving some challenges. The ones at Venus are not super difficult. The ones at the Hades lab are slightly more difficult. And lately we've been doing this lab over here, which is called Temperance, which you have to solve by doing some coding challenges. So along with these, there are some other challenges over here. So maybe we can do a challenge really quickly on stream before we have to start our next activity. So let's see, we've got a bunch of different categories for challenges in here. They've got OSINT, miscellaneous, Pervask, programming, Docker, reversing, Stego, crypto, and web. So since web is I do a lot of different web stuff, but let's take a look at the easy. So I've solved one of the challenges from web. Let's see if we can solve another one. So they don't seem to be categorized by difficulty. Let's try this one. Maybe we can solve it, maybe not. Okay, so this is the 009 challenge. The flag is here. What? Is there not a link? Okay, so if you want to check out this challenge yourself, you can do so at the following link over here. The flag is here. HMV in front of... Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Is this it? That's funny. That's very funny. Okay. Well, we managed to solve a web app challenge. Great. That's great. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Oh, it looks like we've got an ad coming up. After the ad break is over, we'll be starting the next challenge. All right. So, man, we solved that. We solved that super quick. Let's see if we can see something else when we go into the HTTP source. Okay. Okay, so it says here. Let's search for the pattern HMV. Ah, right, it's over here. The flag is here. That was really funny. Okay. All right, so let's go back. All right, got a couple minutes left. So let's demonstrate. So the problem with these Windows machines is that usually they don't respond to ping requests. So there are a couple of different ways we can identify these Windows machines on our network. So Nmap is, so usually what we would do is Nmap with the SN scan, and then we would scan this network, and that would tell us which hosts exist on this particular networking range. So we can run this. It usually comes back pretty fast. There are only 255 hosts on this particular network range. It says that it detected this machine as up. I think this is the machine we're looking for. Another way we could potentially look for Windows machines is we can use this command right here, which is called arpscan. And when we give arpscan, we have to specify the interface that the network is on. In this case, it is ETH1, and then the network range. arpscan can only be run with sudo, so you need elevated permissions to run it. So let's run that, and we see that there are I scanned the same network, right? So it says here that 100 is up and 128 is up. But I didn't manage to find this 103 machine that I suspect is what we're looking for. That's weird. So another thing that we could do to identify machines on the network is we could also run responder. So over here, I'm going to run responder.py. And I'm going to run it on this interface with which is ETH1. So we can run this. Oh, it has to be run as root. Okay. So we're just going to run this as root. And this is something we want to get in the habit of anyways, because sometimes responder can give us a lot of interesting information about Windows machines on our network. So we're just going to leave this running, and I'm just going to spin up a couple of more tabs so that we can do some more enumeration. Okay, so all right, let's get started. So we're going to be getting started with this challenge over here, which is called DC01 on HackMyVM.eu. So this is a Windows machine, which is a bit different from the usual CTF box challenges, where we typically hack against Linux machines. Windows requires a different skill set. There are some things that carry over when you're hacking against Windows, when you're used to hacking on Linux. But there are basically, hacking Windows is mostly knowing how to interface with the SMB protocol. and SMB is Windows version of file sharing, and they can also use it for a bunch of other things. So let's kick off our scans by using Nmap, and I think the target we're looking for is located at this IP address right here. But if it is not, then I will very quickly find out. So 192.168.56.103. Is this my? Wait, I need to figure out what my IP address is. So my IP address is 103. My IP address is 103. Which means that I don't want to scan against that. I think I want to scan against this one over here, which is 128. It's strange. I guess this machine also doesn't respond to ping packets. That's why I wasn't able to find it using Nmap. Okay, so if that's true, and it is at IP 128, that means that we're not going to be able to get any. Yeah, so it says host seems down if it's really up but blocking our Bing probes. We have to use the -pn flag. Okay, so let's run the same command, but then let's run -pn. As usual, we're running with 4 threads. We're running it on all the ports. We're running it very verbose. But if you've heard me talk about this before, then this is how we usually run our Nmap scans. Okay, so now we're picking up some different ports. So most of these are very typical for ports that are for Windows machines. So 139 is typical, 53 is typical, 137 is typical, 445 also typical for Windows machines. Let's see, 9389. I need to look that up. So we've got a bunch of different Windows associated ports coming up here. Let's figure out what this 9389 is. So I'm going to go over to Hacktricks, hacktricks.com, hacktricks.xyz rather, and we're going to look for that specific port. And the port is 9389. 9389. I don't think that's, what is this? 9389. So I guess this is a non-standard port. So I'm going to pay attention to the Nmap output when I actually get the report back, which is not now. We're still discovering the open ports on the system. And we have a lot of open ports. Okay, so this one over here is associated with the WinRM, which is how administrators would log in via the CLI interface to a Windows machine. So we've got all these ports over here. We're just going to leave this running right now. We can start our enumeration right now because we know that the typical SMB ports are open on the system, which are 139 and 445. So we're just going to move into another directory, and we're going to run. Let me get rid of these other files first. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to run this tool right here, which is called enum for Linux, and enum for Linux is a tool that can be used to enumerate systems that are running the SMB service. So I think the IP address ends in 128. Okay. So when we run this tool, it's going to run a bunch of different enumeration tests if it can find a valid username to log in as. So it says server doesn't allow session using name blank and password blank, aborting a remainder of tests. So what we can do is we can try to see if there's a valid username that we could use for this tool, and so we can specify a username, and we're going to try username guest. So guest is often an account that can be found on Windows machines, and we're going to give the blank password because the guest account usually has a blank password. So I need to provide this dash. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, so we managed to get more information that way. This way, rather. We managed to actually get a lot of good information this way. So we see a bunch of... Let's wait for the output to come back first. So we're getting a lot of information. This is because we're able to access the SMB service with a particular account, and that account was the guest account. But let's do a little video redeem because we haven't done one in a while. This one is, let's just hack the planet because we haven't done that in a while.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, let's go back up to the top of this output here. Okay, so among this, we've got the domain workgroup name over here. It's soup decode. I'm not sure, but we've got some domain name. We've got some shares. No, some workgroup names. Okay. Okay. So what else did we find? Okay, and we also have some share names. So we've got these SMB shares on the system. We've got the admin share, the backup share, C, IPC, net login, sysvol, users. I don't think we can access any of these. So mapping okay. So we can maybe listing, writing denied, denied, listing not available, writing not available. So looks like Okay, we also have some usernames. So we've got usernames administrator, guests, KRBTG, which is, these are all typical. Domain admins, these are group names. And we have the computer account, which is DC01 with the $sign at the end. Okay. Alright, so after this, what we want to do is we want to enumerate more. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the most useful tool for doing Windows enumeration, which is called netexec, which is NXE. So netexec, let me see if I can okay. So netexec, the first thing we're going to try to do is we're going to try to figure out if the target is vulnerable to any SMB exploits. So SMB exploits are basically vulnerabilities, and we provide the username guest over here. So we're going to figure out if it's vulnerable to this to a bunch of different SMB exploits, such as zero logon, coerce, eternal blue, print nightmare, SMB ghost. So first of all, let's try all of them, and sometimes there are some weird results if we try a bunch of different modules at the same time. So each one of these vulnerability detections is called a module in the case of netexec. So it says vulnerable to petit potam, and so coerce plus, we might be able to take advantage of this. Zero logon says attack failed, target is probably patched, so maybe not zero logon. It didn't give us a result for print nightmare. I guess print nightmare over here, we need to do some more testing with. So let's get rid of the ones that we already tested. So we tested Zero Logon, Chorus Plus, and we tested Print Nightmare, and it says failed to bind, so probably is not vulnerable to those. So let's test Eternal Blue over here, and then SMB Ghost. So it says potentially vulnerable to SMB Ghost. So this is another vulnerability that we can test and see that if we can get access to it. SMB Ghost. I haven't tried this one out before. So let's get rid of SMB Ghost and let's make sure that this server is not vulnerable to Eternal Blue. Okay. Okay, so that came back positive, but I'm not sure if that actually confirms if it's vulnerable to Eternal Blue or not. Anyways, so another thing I'm going to do. So okay, let's take some notes. Let me grab a little notepad file. So let's see. This is the HackMyVM Easy DC01 box. I'm just going to create a little folder in my DC01. Just going to make a little notes file. Okay, so in my little notes file, potential SMB vulns. So we've got Coerce, Petit Potam, Coerce. What was the name of the one over there? MS Even? I've never heard of this. MS Even. And what other? So potentially vulnerable to SMB Ghosts. Alright, so let's note that down. SMB Ghosts. Okay. Alright, so one other thing I want to do is I want to try using some Nmap scripts. So I'm just gonna look that up real quick. So on TryHackMe SMB pen testing SMB. Okay. So I'm gonna look for an Nmap script in HackTricks over here. So Nmap. Nmap brute force, Nmap, SMB scan. Okay, so there was one for Nmap vulnerabilities. I could have sworn it was here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this script over here, and then we're going to try SMB vuln, and we can hack against this IP address right here. This one. Okay, let's see if we can get some confirmation on SMB vulnerabilities. Huh, okay, we need to scan with this. Let's see if we can get something juicy. Could not negotiate a connection. SMB failed to receive bytes error. I guess we couldn't scan using the Nmap scripts. So let's try another port. So we can also try port 139. Okay, so I guess the Nmap scripts are not very useful in this case, but we managed to scan using netexec. Where were we? And we managed to figure out that it might be vulnerable to coerce petit potam, MS even, or SMB ghost. So we're going to investigate those. So what is SMB ghost? So SMB ghost is a very similar vulnerability. Well, okay, it's not a similar vulnerability, but the effects of the vulnerability are similar to something like Eternal Blue, where you can get arbitrary command execution on the target. It's that kind of SMB vulnerability. So what I'm going to do is, maybe I can look it up on Hacktricks. SMB ghost. Whoops, that's not how you spell it. Okay, doesn't seem to want to talk about that. Okay, so let's try looking this up online. SMB ghosts, and let's see if there's a GitHub repository that talks about this. So SMB ghost, this CV right here, automate exploitation. This Python program is a wrapper from the RCE ghosts SMB ghost vulnerability. Okay. Let's try out this repository right here from GitHub. So this is going to be us seeing if this SMB ghost vulnerability actually exists on this Windows target. So okay. So what do we need to run this particular exploit? We need to use this Python script. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this repository over to our computer. So I'm just going to copy the repository, and I'm going to git clone this repository. Okay, so before we start exploiting, I guess we should also take a look at what Nmap discovered. So Nmap discovered a lot of different open ports over here. Most of these are very typical Windows ports. So there's port 88, which is Kerberos, I do believe, and a bunch of different ports on the 40,000 range, which are RPC. So okay, so over here we've got our DNS, port 53. We've got our Kerberos, which is port 88. We've got MSRPC, NetBIOS, LDAP. So I haven't done very much hacking against LDAP before, but LDAP is a service that lets different Windows machines identify resources. Let's see, we've got password, more LDAP. This is not HTTP. This is in fact the WinRM port, which is Windows Remote Management. Okay. All right. So now that we know that, let's check out this machine and see if it's vulnerable to any SMB exploits like this SMB ghost. So let's go ahead and see if this works. Okay, let's take a look at the requirements.txt. Hex dump. Hex dump. Do I have this library? If I don't have this library, then this isn't going to work. So I'm going to locate it. Locate hex dump. Okay, hexdump.py. So this seems to be, I seem to have it, so I think I'm okay to go. Okay, so let's try Python smbghost.py. What? No module named hexdump. No module named hexdump. I could have sworn. I've got a few different. So hexdump.py, this stuff exists. I wonder why it's not picking it up. Okay, let's take a look at the script itself. Okay, bin ASCII, argparse, basics for readline, RCE, scanner logless. Where I don't even see the requirement for this hex dump. That's strange. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the README file. This Python program is a wrapper from the RCE SMB Ghost vulnerability. All the credits to I just automate these functions and run the program. You need to have in mind the architecture of the Windows target when you are going to create the reverse shell. This exploit is not stable. Use at your own risk. Sometimes it doesn't work the first time. This is why I added a second retry. If you're going to put on your own shellcode, have in mind that the max shellcode size is this. Okay, so maybe what I should be doing is I'm going to take a look at the Metasploit. So I'm going to run up my MSF console, and I'm going to see if Metasploit has a module for SMB Ghost. Okay, so just a second. Okay, I'm going to search for SMB Ghost. Okay, and we've got one. Exploit Windows Local. Oh, this is local. Exploit Windows Local. Exploit Windows. SMB Ghost. Compression Buffer Overflow. SMB Ghost. Okay. Let's try exploit number 3 over here. No payload configured, defaulting to Windows x64 interpreter reverse TCP. Okay, great. All right, so let's take a look at what this exploit is all about. Show options. Okay, so module options, our hosts, our port, the target host, great. So we need to supply an IP address. So set our hosts. What is the IP address? It is this one right here. Okay, and what else do we need to set? Exit thread, exit technique, listening port. The interface must be specified. Okay, so we need to specify a different listening host because this is not the network that is connected to the target machine. So I'm just going to get my configuration. So if config. So we are on this interface here where my attacker IP is this. So this has to be the IP address that we specify. Okay, so set lhosts this. And then we're going to set a different listening port because I don't like quad 4. Set lport 443. Okay, exploit target Windows 10. Do we know that this is Windows 10 this version? Because if it isn't, then maybe the exploit isn't going to work. So show target. Show targets. So there's only one target for this exploit. If this is not the Windows version, it's probably not going to work. Okay, so other than that, I think everything else is set up, so I'm just gonna run this exploit and see if it works. Okay, so let's see. Exploit failed. The address is already in use or unavailable. Huh. Why would it be unavailable? That doesn't make sense. Bind failed. The address is already in use or unavailable. 443. Let me reset the listening port to something else then. Set L port. Wait. Ronan says, what does it do? Oh, you said, yeah, this is RCE, right? This is well, basically this module is gonna get us a reverse shell. And I think do I need to set up a netcat? I don't use Metasploit modules very often, so I'm somewhat confused. It says retrying local address already in use. That's weird. Wait. Oh, it's already in. I think it might be already in use because responder is using all these ports. Okay, so I'm going to shut off responder right now, and then we're going to try again. Yeah, Mulgar is right. There's something else. So responder is running on all these ports. So I'm going to shut down responder. I'm going to try again. Okay, so let's show those options again. Okay, so let's try running that one more time. Service is running but cannot be validated. Exploit aborted due to failure bad config. So running automatic check. Set auto check false to disable. Running automated check. Are you sure you want to execute this module? There's a high probability that even when the exploit is successful, the remote target will crash within about 90 minutes. Disable the defanged option to proceed. Huh. So, okay. So, show advanced. So what I want to do is, what was that option that we need to set? Disable the defanged mode option to proceed. Okay. So where's defanged mode? Defanged mode is true. Run in defanged mode. So I need to set this to false. Set defanged mode false. Okay, let's do that. Set false. False. And let's run it again. Service running could not be validated. Okay. Running automatic check. Service running could not be validated. Okay, so did this. So I'm just going to wait a little bit for my prompt to come back. If it worked, then I'm going to get some sort of prompt that shows that we are on the box. If not, then nothing's going to happen. But let's give it a little bit of time. So what else is happening in this module here? High probability that even when the exploit is successful, the remote target will crash within about 90 minutes. Set auto check to false to disable. Okay, so let's not running. Okay. So what else can we do? So netexec already also showed that coerce petit potam was also a possible exploit that we could run. So guest. Whoops, this is the wrong IP address. The IP address is 28. Yeah, it says vulnerable petit potam and it says vulnerable MSE. I don't know what this is, and I wasn't able to identify. Let me do a search. MS even coerce SMB Windows. Okay, so MS even. So it mentions it in the netexec wiki, but I don't know what this vulnerability is. MS even. Gustavo says wait. Oh, okay. I'm waiting. The exploit doesn't seem to have worked. It doesn't seem to work. Windows machine account NTLM coercion via something MS even is not required. A Python script to automatically coerce. Coerce a Windows server to authenticate on an arbitrary machine through many methods. Okay. So it also said that so we can look at our netexec wiki. Petit potam. So can we do? So I guess netexec is not going to automatically use these exploits. So maybe I can look up my own exploit for petit potam. Petit potam. Whoops, where are we? Let's look for one in GitHub. Petit potam. What is a potam? Is a potam a hippopotamus? Let me translate. Google.com. Potam. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est potam? Is it not French? Anyways, let's anyway, that maybe it doesn't matter. Anyways, okay. Petit potam POC2 to coerce Windows host to authenticate to other machines via this thing. The tools use LSARPC named pipes. Okay. Disabling the EFS service seems to not mitigate the feature. Python 1 requires InPacket to be installed. The Windows POC was done on VS 2019 community. If compilation problem, remember to add this thing to the link or compile in x86. Okay, so I guess this is another. We can try using the Python script in this case. So let's copy over this GitHub repository. All right, so. Before that, let's take a look and see if so nothing super interesting from responder aside from the fact that we got the name of the server here, DC01.local. Okay, so let's move into the temp directory and then git clone this exploit. Okay, so we've got Petit Potam, this Python script. Python Petit Potam. Could not find the main module. Maybe we need to... Maybe we need to examine the script using nano. What? Oh. Okay. What do we got? So, let's see. Show banner, great. We got sys, we've got argparse, we've got a bunch of in-packet stuff being imported here. We're creating stuff. Do we need to supply... What arguments do we need to supply when we use the script? Okay. Options.password. Get password. Huh. So let me take a look at the GitHub repository. Maybe it has some instructions on how to use this thing. Okay. Well, let me take a look at the wiki for netexec. Scan for coerce vulnerabilities over here. You can check for coerce vulnerabilities such as Petit Potam. Okay, using the coerce plus module. You can also use credentials to check for these vulnerabilities. By default, the listener IP will be set to localhost, so no traffic will appear on the network. Okay. So if a vulnerability is found, you can set a listener IP to coerce the connection. So for example, this over here, coerce plus, and then output listener equals attacker IP. Okay. You can also check for a specific coerce method by specifying it. Okay, so let's verify that Petit Potam works on here. I need to keep my music going. Ronan says, pwning the domain credentials. Okay. I'll take a look at your link in just a little bit. Ronan, thank you. Get out of here. So try this netexec. Okay, so let me take a look at the link over here. Okay, this looks like a useful link. So Petit Potam vulnerability, right? Okay, security flaw. Thank you very much for following Cocaine 1 PT. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. If you could help me out by telling me how to pronounce the name, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. But welcome to the HackerFrogs, Cocaine. Okay, so let's see. Exploits the Windows operating system's reliance on the NTLM authentication protocol for various security operations. Attackers can exploit this vulnerability by sending specially crafted RPC requests to the domain controller, triggering into initializing an authentication process within a remote attacker-controlled server. Once the authentication process is initialized, the attacker can capture the NTLM authentication response and use it to perform a relay attack, potentially gaining unauthorized access to domain resources. And they've got a GitHub repo that goes to some sort of Petit Potam exploit script. Okay. All right. So I might take a look at this. I just need to verify whether or not this vulnerability exists on the target. So I need to specify the IP address, which is it's 128, right? Okay, I do believe that guest is enabled, and let's see if this works. Okay, so it does indicate that Petit Potam is vulnerable to this one. So soup decode. I think this is the name of the domain. Is this the domain? This is the domain name. I think that DC01 is the name of the host, or is it the other way around? Because DC01 can't be the name of the domain. Ronin1 says it's got some explanation for other vulns too if you need. Thank you for the article. I'll take a look. I just need to figure out if it is vulnerable to Petit Potam. It's fun to say the word Petit Potam, for sure. Okay, so let's take a look at the exploit script in the article that was provided by Ronin. So GitHub over here. There are a lot of different... Yeah. This is a different script that covers Petit Potam. Coerce NTLM authentication from Windows hosts. Okay, so it uses Impacket. Petitpotam.py. Do I have this script? Locate. Yeah, this comes with Impacket. Okay, I didn't need to look outside for an exploit script. Okay, so since this exists in... Let's try this one. And how do we run it? So in the article, where is the article? Here. It specifies debug and then an IP address over here. Specific method. Okay. So let's try this. So first of all, I think this is something that I want to responder up in order to capture, just in case something juicy is sent over the wire. So I'm going to start up my responder server over here, and then let's modify the command. So this is so these are two separate IP addresses. So the first IP address is the attacker machine. So this is the attacker machine, or this should be the attacker machine because this looks like the machine that has SMB shares. So the attacker machine is this is not the attacker machine. This didn't do anything. Am I using the script incorrectly? So let's switch this around. Still not doing anything. Let's take a look at this script. Okay. Oh, this is a module. Okay, this is the wrong script. Okay, I should be looking at... This is a module, this is a module. So maybe I don't have this installed. So I need to get it from I need to get it from the other page. Okay. Let's grab it. Ronan says, I think you need to have some place on the vulnerable machine that you have to access to write the command that sends the intel and back to you. So let me just play around with this a little more. Are you saying that we need to have some writable share? We need to have a writable share to exploit the target? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, so maybe. Well, let me clone this repository. Is it gone? Okay. Now we can get clone it. Okay, so what do we need to do to run this? So let's look on the GitHub. Okay, in these examples, the victim is this, and the victim is 100. So the target is 100. Our machine is this one machine over here. Okay. So let's try this out. Pebble, hello, hello, nice to see you here. We're just trying to figure out this this machine that we're testing right now. It's called DC01, and it's another one of these HackMyVM machines. If you want to check it out, it is over here. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out if this machine is vulnerable to the Petit Potam vulnerability, which I've never investigated before, but it's fun to say at the very least. Petit Potam, Petit Potam. It sounds very French. But let me get... What do we have access to? We only have access to a guest account right now. But I don't think we... Wait. Okay, this is the victim machine. And... Connecting to, failed to connect to pipe, SMB session error, access denied, a process has requested access to the object but has not been granted those access rights. So, doesn't matter that this location actually exists. Failed to connect to pipe. And what else can we do with this exploit? So if it were successful, it would look something like this. specific method, debug method add users to file. Yes, we have guest account access. We just need to figure out a way in. We checked using NetExec, and it said that there are a couple of different SMB vulnerabilities that we could try to test. We tried testing SMB Ghost, but we weren't able to get anywhere with that. We tried this other exploit that it said it might be vulnerable to, which is Petit Potam, but maybe we don't have access to. Maybe it's not vulnerable to this either. Not sure. But aside from that, we could also do some other enumeration. We're certainly not running out of options yet. So we've also done some enum for Linux, and we got a bunch of user password. Have you used user SPN to get to hash with this guest? Hash? Can we get other users' hashes? So we were able to get users by using where is it? Oh, the machine crashed. Huh. That's weird. Okay, well, the machine just crashed. I'm going to start it back up again. It might have been because we tried using the SMB Ghost. So I'm going to start up the machine again. I would do rid brute to get a list of users to see if any of them would be vulnerable to asrep roasting. Asrep roasting, I haven't taken a look at asrep roasting in a while. I actually don't remember how to do asrep roasting, but maybe I can look that up in where is it? In the NetExec wiki over here. Asrep roast. Okay. So retrieve the Kerberos asrep hash of users without Kerberos pre-authentication. Yeah. So without authentication, asrep roast looks for users without Kerberos pre-authentication required. Okay. Using a word list. We need a password to do asrep roasting? Do we need a Oh, we need a username. Okay. Didn't know that NetExec could do asrep roast. Actually, I didn't either, but I decided to just, search it, just in case. You can find a word list of usernames here. Okay. You know what? There are no unexpected usernames here, but let me check. Okay, so let's try our asrep roasting. So we've got the command over here, and we need a list of users. Yes, okay, we've got the list of users. I need to change this IP address. IP address is this one, but 28. Let's see. Enum for Linux showed no custom users. No custom users, but it could be that one of these. It could be that one of these default users has. Yeah. Let's run the enum for Linux again. Okay, so the user is going to be guest. Let's just get out of here. Okay, so as rep roast, let's create our users.txt file. So we're using our so I'm just going to cheat, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT to make the list for me. So over here, create a list of the local users with one user on each line. Remove all information except for the username. Thank you. Okay. All right, so let's make that list. Okay, so as rep roast, let's try this out. This is users.txt. What is? Wow, man, what went wrong here? Error: exception when calling protoflow traceback. So netexec has been kind of weird when it runs certain modules. I wonder which Python file is messed up. I could ask ChatGPT and see if it can help us out with this. Okay, ChatGPT, fix all my problems. What is going on with this Python code? DNS resolution failure. Name or service not known. Indicates that the hostname soupdecode.local cannot be resolved to an IP address. Oh, okay. This suggests a problem with the DNS configuration, or that a specified domain does not exist in the current network. Okay, so port information. The tool is attempting to connect to the Progress service on the domain soupdecode.local. So I need to add this domain. Whoops. I don't want to add this. Ronan says, is the VM up? Yeah, the VM should... Yep, the VM restarted, so... Why did it... Okay. hold on. Okay, so what I'm going to try. Cyber Nerd Dante says, "Dang, I'm late. Nice to see you on though." Nice to see you too, Cyber Nerd Dante. Let's give a fun video redeem. This is the bully bird. That's one bird bullying another bird. Okay, so we need to add this domain over here, soupdecode.local. So we're just going to do that with nano. So let's see. Oh no. Okay, so soupdecode.local. Great. And that is, I need to get the IP address. Okay, so let's try this as rep roast again and see if that resolves the problem. Okay, so it says here, client's credentials have been revoked. Okay, so maybe as rep roasting isn't the way. Okay, so next, what can we try next? So we tried as rep roasting, didn't work. We could try. We could just try a brute force attack. Just try to brute force every user with rocku.txt. I mean, you know, could work, might not, probably won't. User share word lists, rocku.txt, and we'll use the users.txt. Pebble says, no need if you have access to IPC, you can just do rid brute. No need if you, so no need for what? As rep roasting, or no need for brute forcing? Oh, user brute. No, not user brute. We're talking about password brute forcing right now. Maybe I'll just keep this running in the background. Oh, I need to do this ignore password decoding. Okay, so we're just going to leave this running for a while, and we can try something else. So what else can we try? So we tried as rep roasting, didn't work. This is a domain controller. So what attacks can we do on the domain controller? So Ronan actually gave us a very good article over here, and I'll just share it with the chat. This is a very big article, geez. Okay, let's go back up to the top. Reconnaissance DHCP. Okay, domains, DNS, responder analyze mode. So I've got responder running in the background. We haven't been able to pick up anything with responder yet, but it's a good thing to keep on just in case something weird happens. Responder analyze mode. LDAP. LDAP protocol. Information can be leveraged from LDAP include machines, users, machines, groups, GPOs. I don't think we can get anything that we don't know already from LDAP, so maybe we'll skip that. So RPC can get users, groups, policies. SMB null sessions, guest access. So we do have guest access. I'm gonna double check to see what shares the guest user has. So the guest user has IPC read. So IPC read, I'm not exactly sure what IPC read does for us, but the rest of these shares we don't have access to. Maybe I should ask if there's something special we can do with IPC read. When a Windows domain controller, what use is it if we have access to the IPC share with the guest account? Ronan says try rid brute. Try rid brute. I think we've already done that with enum for Linux. Domain enumeration. Enumerating domain users and groups. Querying domain trusts. You can use. Right. SMB reconnaissance. Okay, so let me show. We are able to get guest. Okay, yeah, guest with let me take guest off of the users list. And do that again. In fact, well, you know what I need to do? I need to save this out to enum for Linux.txt. So we've already used the RID brute. Basically, we've used it with enum for Linux. So I don't think we're going to be able to get any new users by using the rid brute with other programs. Remove KRT. Oh, Kerberos ticket granting ticket. Is that what it stands for? Hold on. So, actually, realistically, DC01 is also not going to have a typical password. So, administrator is basically the only account that we could potentially try to brute force. Okay. So enum for Linux. Let's nano into there. We already used RID to get a list of usernames, and this is the list of usernames we got by using RID, just all of this stuff right here. So yeah, so these are the local users: administrator, guest, default account, and this other stuff. SID brute forcing, yeah, we already done that. Oh, RID, wait, is there a difference between SID brute forcing and RID brute forcing? Okay, so security identifier. Maybe we should do an RID brute. So maybe how do we do that? RID brute. Enumerate users by brute forcing RID. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Username, P, password is here, rid brute. Okay. Let's try this out with the guest. Okay, username is guest. Password is null. Okay, what do we have? What? Are these legitimate users? Are these? Oh, wow. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright. That's a really big list. Okay, let's grab this and let's force ChatGPT to be our slave and create a list of these things. Maybe enum for Linux NG does it. It's kind of an old tool. Okay, well, thank you very much to Ronan for insisting on the RID brute. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get this list. Copy the list. Almost done. Okay, so this is the end of the regular looking users. Okay. ChatGPT. Based on this output, only return a list of usernames, one on each line. Too long. God damn it. Too long. Ugh, I don't want to format these. Maybe I can do some sort of fancy... Let me make this a file first. Okay, nano users.txt. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Just read the docs. You need to Pebble said it first. Just read the docs. You need -r to rid brute with enum for Linux. Oh, really? Okay. I just thought that using the dash A, well, capital A would have done everything. But okay. Let me. Okay, so I'm going to use the wonderful Linux commands to format that list for me. So based on this line, how would we use awk and sed and those other tools to only return the username something something. And the something something is fjudy998. fjudy998. Okay, so to extract only the username Judy F998 from the given line using awk and sed, you can do it by doing this. You can use awk to split the line and extract the username based on the delimiter / and further refine the output. Okay. So awk something something print 1 splits by parenthesis to remove SID type user. Using sed, using grep, why can't you just give me the answer? Okay, so awk something something print 1. Okay, so ignore this echo. You can do replace in text editor. Which text editor would you be doing that in? So cat users.txt, pipe that into awk. That gets rid of everything? Yeah. Replace the prefix before the user with nothing. Maybe it was last week. Oh, Control-Alt-Click to drag mouse on terminal, okay. Which program are you talking about? Just do that in your terminal to copy the usernames. Any GUI text editor. This worked. I just needed to ask ChatGPT nice and well, politely. Okay, so we're just going to user.txt. Okay, so we've got the list here, and I guess we can do brute force. So over here, keep playing that music. Okay, so the password's going to be user share. Okay, let's give this a go. Ignore. Oh, instead of rocku.txt, use the usernames. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, so instead of rocky.txt, try user.txt. Thank you for DNS admin. Wait, what happened here? DNS admin DC01. Is this? Huh. What is this? DNS admin with password DC01? Let's confirm this. So it says guest. Does that mean? Right, okay. This user doesn't exist as a guest, right? Guest, we're not looking for guests. So maybe I'm going to delete this line and then try again. Oops. So these are all, yeah, these are not. So these other ones could be legitimate users. Okay, so let's save this out and try again. Yeah, continue on success. Right. Okay. Okay. Did we find the success at the beginning there? It looks like we did. So, right, we could do as rep roasting again. So let's try that out on another tab. So what was that? No brute is probably more efficient. No brute. What does the no brute argument do? Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, I see. Let me try the as rep roast. Where's as rep roast? NetExec does everything. You don't need other tools. Okay. You can use word lists of usernames. Okay, let's do that. Set the password value to this to perform the test without authentication. With authentication, if you have one valid credential on the domain, you can retrieve all the users and hashes or the... Does this work with the guest account? Okay, let's try this. As rep roasting without authentication. Okay, so we'll try what you guys suggested and do the no brute. Well, we found something. Right at the beginning. Why Bob? Okay. All right, so so we got YBob. So let's see if YBob has shares that they can get. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pebble, for the words of encouragement. Wouldn't be here without awesome hackers like yourselves in the chat, because I sure as hell wouldn't have been able to. Well, I might have been able to do this without you guys, but it would have taken a lot longer. Let's see if we can get some shares. Okay, hey, this user can read some stuff. So we can read net logon, okay, sysvol, and users. So let's figure out if this person can do WinRM. Oops. If I could spell, that'd be great. Okay, can't do WinRM. But, well, we're getting somewhere, I think. Alright, so... I don't think we managed to find anything else, but we found one person. JRC2313, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so... yeah, we didn't, we were able to find one. Wait. Just a second. I kind of wish I outputted this to... Where are we? Continue on access, no brute. Okay. So we found the YBob. So I guess we could, if we really wanted to, we could grep on the plus, and then we could find everybody that we were able to find. But yeah, I don't think we found anything else. Let me just scroll down to the very bottom just to make sure that yeah. Okay. So we've got YBob, and they can't log in to WinRM, but we can read some shares. We can read IPC netlogon, sysvol, users. So maybe we should try to access this users. Can we read shares with the netexec? Let me check. List all readable files. I don't think so. We can list readable files though, so that's nice. So the module Spider Plus allows you to list and dump all files from the readable shares. Oh wait, so if this dumps the files, that means we can. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. Okay, so let's take a look. So list readable files, dumping all files. So use the option download flag equals true, all files will be copied onto the host. List all readable files, dump all the files. Okay, let's try this out. Okay. Download flag equals true. I'm in the temp directory. I need to supply an IP address. Here we go. We need to supply a user, ybob317. Okay, so we're doing it. Download flag true, stats flag true. Output folder is NXC hosted. So we're just gonna wait on this. In another tab, let's take a look at NXC hosted. NXC Spider Plus. This IP address. sysvol. Don't think there's anything super interesting in this sysvol folder. Okay, we've got policies, super interesting stuff. Well, okay, I shouldn't be so sarcastic. Maybe there is something interesting in the policies, but I've never been able to find anything interesting in policies. There might be something there. Okay, is this still going? Okay, we'll just let this thing do its thing. But Pebble says, tree that out to see if groups.xml exists in policies. Okay, so what are we looking for? Groups.xml. Don't see it. So far we've only been able to download files from the sysvol. So I'm actually learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about netexec, and netexec is a pretty cool little program. It does so much stuff. Okay, so we've got our... Did we finish our ASREP roasting? Wait, I forget. Does anybody remember? We didn't do ASREP. Oh, okay. I think I might have gotten distracted by something, but I could have sworn. Okay, well let's try ASREP roasting then. If we already got a valid user, then maybe ASREP roasting isn't going to be on this box, but we could always try it for fun. They're adding something every day to netexec. Yeah, it's going to be the one-shop stop for Windows enumeration. So we've got authentication. So we might as well try this out. So this is going to be LDAP. The username is, what is it, ybob what? 1317, I think? Let me check. ybob317. Password is also ybob317. Okay, let's see. Total records returned 3, no entries found. So I guess there's no ASREP roasting. We could also try Kerber roasting now that we have creds. Thank you very much, Pebble. I don't have a workflow. I do not have a workflow for Windows hacking now that it's been a long time. I need to relearn all this stuff. So let's. They probably have a module for Kerber roasting here too. Kerber roasting, sure. Okay. To perform this attack, you need an account on the domain. All right. Let's do it. So it's 192.168.56.128. Password ybob 317. Password ybob 317. Okay. Oh, we got some stuff. All right. Okay. KKK. Did we get everybody's? No, we didn't get everybody's. Who are these users? All the goodies. All the goodies. So, let's see. How do we know whose accounts these are? Where's the username in this output? Okay. Well, first of all, I wanna identify which usernames these are. They're all service accounts. Looks like backup SVC. Oh, backup service. All right. One line above the hash. One line above the hash. Oh, okay. So this is where it tells you the account. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. SAM account name. So this is the name of the account over here. Monitoring service, or web service, or backup service, or firewall service. Yeah? Okay. And file service. Alright, so how do we crack these? So it puts all the hashes in this output.txt file here, I think, right? Yeah. Oh, that's hard to look at. Okay, so so how do we crack? So do we need to crack, or should we just use pass the hash? Hashcat output.txt, rockyou.txt. And netexec has the second command. Hackcat output word lists. Okay. So okay. You can only pass the hash with NTLM hashes. So how can we tell if a hash is an NTLM hash or not? I guess NTLM hashes are pretty short as well. You'll never see an NTLM hash that's this long. So, okay. Hashcat, okay, output.txt, and I guess we're looking at rockyou. NTLM hashes look like an NB5 hash. Okay. So it is user share word lists rockyou. Okay, so we're just going to let this run. And then what else can we do? This is fun. We're doing some Kerber roasting. We're doing some We're doing some brute forcing. We're doing some XYZ. Okay. So what else did we find? We didn't find anything. I mean, we couldn't download anything else aside from this this stuff from the sysvol. Let's see. Ronan says, I think this is net NTLM. But we can't, well, I mean, if this is net NTLM, can we pass the hash with any of this? It's a TGS hash. Okay, so let's see. So Hashcat is just running in the background. I guess we can get a status from it. This isn't going to run super fast because my VM doesn't have access to my video card. But that's okay. I can afford to wait a little bit. Okay, so let's see. It's gonna get out of here. So there was that other spidering shares. So maybe I just want to list all the readable files. So maybe I'll try this. But I'm not going to download. It doesn't want to... This is kind of wonky. Oh, did we get something? Status exhausted. Okay, we weren't able to get anything. Wait, did we get something? Hold on. Candidate 1. Recovered 1 out of 5. Look at the hash up top. Oh, here we go. Okay. So this is the file service. File service password 123 exclamation point exclamation point. Wow, good eye. Good eye. Good eye, Pebble. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm not spotting this stuff. Huh. Okay, so we've got a password. So now that we've got this password for this service account, what can the service account do? Okay, let me copy this over. And let me add this to my notes. Okay, so password 123 and file service like this. Let's try to see. Let's try and see what netexec can do. Password 123 exclamation point exclamation point. Oh, I need to capitalize this. Okay, we've got read access to the backup share. So there might be something nice in the backup share. Okay. So let's access. Ronin1 says I have a delay. Delay. You have a delay on Twitch? Let me check out Twitch. It looks like okay, so I guess we can just do SMB client. Backup. And then the user is going to be file service. Okay, password 123. Backup extracted. Okay, let's. All right. What does I wonder what this R means here? This is div means directory. A means I'm not too sure, but this is a file. Get the backup extract.txt. Anyways. Alright, backup extract.txt. Ronan says, it's nothing but my messages get sent after a few seconds. I'm not sure what that's all about. Are these extra account creds? Okay. NTLM, yeah. So which ones of these do we try? So this is the account name. The account name includes the $sign here, right? So this is some sort of identifier number, and this is the NTLM hash right here. So Pebble says, I would just spray all those hashes against every user. Spray these against all the users. Well, I mean, these are probably legitimate password hashes, right? So we could probably do pass the hash and try to access something. Backup extract.txt. Well. Okay, so let's try. Do these accounts even exist? Okay. Let's okay. Let me try to make some lists with ChatGPT. Where are we? Based on this output, create a list of usernames with one name on each line. God damn it, just do it for me. Yeah, thank you. This is what I wanted. Okay. This is what I wanted. Thank you. Jeez. Okay, let's create that list over here maybe. Actually, let's do it in another tab. And then let's make another list with the hashes. Based on the output, create a list with just the NTLM hashes. No need to explain how to do it. Thank you. Okay, so let's grab the list. And then let's make a file called ntlm hashes.txt. Okay, and then let's figure out which of these accounts is legitimate. Which option is it to use hashes instead of passwords? Hash. Capital H. Okay, thank you, Pebble. Okay. Whoops. It's accounts.txt. Invalid NTLM hash length 15, authentication not set. Are you allowed to send a list with hashes? So it's trying to say, oh geez, hashes, hash not hashes. Hash not hashes. I've never done it. Okay, my machine just went offline again. I don't know what's wrong with this. Oh, you know what? You know what's going on? So the reason why the machine is turning off is because the Windows version is a trial version, and the trial version after it the trial version shuts off after 60 minutes. If it yeah, it shuts off after 60 minutes after the trial period is finished. So that's why the machine has been going offline. Because they're using evaluation versions of Windows. Okay. Wait. Was I spelling that wrong? NTLM hash, right? Okay. Good catch, Ronan. Thank you. Like I said, my eyes aren't so good right now. Oh, I got one. File server. Okay, great. Yeah, we did it. Okay, so we've got this file server. What can this file server account do? Shibito Sono, hello, I'm new here, what's going on? We're just doing some Windows hacking right now. And Pebble, can you tell me, is that an admin account? The file server account is an admin account? How can you tell? Well, I mean, I guess you would know. If that's an admin level account, then we would do it like this. Whoops. The orange text. Oh, the orange text that says pwned? Is that how we can tell if that it's an admin level account? Okay. You can execute commands with x who am I. Okay, so let's provide the hash over here. And then this has been a pretty fun box. I feel like I'm learning so much every time I do these Windows challenges. Yeah, okay. So this definitely works. Let's see if we can get WinRM. WinRM, yeah, we can WinRM, which means we can evil WinRM. So I think we've rooted the box. So let's do our evil WinRM. Okay, wow, that was it took a while. It took almost 3. Did we do this for like 3 hours or something? 2 hours? But hey, a W is a W. Okay, let's Jack H says hi Jack H from YouTube. How are you doing? We're just finishing up on this box. I think we're just finishing up on this box over here. 3 hours? Has it been 3 hours? I think I started at 6, so it's been 2 hours, I think. Okay, we've got evil WinRM access, and who am I? We are soup code file server, so I think we're root. Actually, who am I priv? Okay, well, we can do the impersonate. But I think we're the we're an admin level user, and I think who am I group? Who am I groups? So where are we? Domain computers. Okay, so domain computers. Where is enterprise admins? Yeah. NTLM authentication. Administrators. Yeah, we're part of the administrators group. So we're finished. Alright, so I guess we can redeem this. Jack H says S11612288. Is that the name of the administrator group? High mandatory level. Okay. Alright, so let's redeem our highest level.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so let's waltz into the C administrator desktop. Does not exist. C users administrator. C users administrator, and go into the desktop, and the root flag is here. Hey, type that thing. Done. Okay, let's put on the scary hacker voice.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Scary Hacker Voice. I put on the Scary Hacker Voice every time we do some scary hacker stuff, and I just pwned the demand controller. So, we're root, we're system, we're NT system authority. Yeah.
All right. Finished this exercise. It only took us 120 minutes, but thank you very much to everybody for watching. Yeah. All right, so I'm probably going to take some more notes after dinner, but let's find somebody to raid because I've been online for about 4 hours or so, and I'm really hungry. as usual, we're going to try to raid somebody inside the community because we are InfoSec streamers. And DJ Chateau is on. DJ Chateau is a great cybersecurity streamer, and they do a lot of red team stuff. They do a lot of blue team stuff. Let's check out what they're doing right now. And Jack H, thank you very much for the kind words. Let's see what DJ Chateau is up to. It looks like he's doing Advent of Cyber 2024, so we did a little bit of that as well. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody, and thanks to everybody here for providing all of your great input. Thank you very much to great chatters like Pebble and Ronin, and to all the other chatters like Shibito Sono and Jack H and Gustavo Sala. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to be back on Wednesday for another stream. We're going to be doing a bunch of Advent of Cyber, and we're going to be doing more Windows boxes as well as some tutorials as well. All right, so everybody, if you get to when you get to DJ Chateau's stream, please give the following raid message: hip hop hack OS frog, like this. And we'll see you next time on Wednesday. Everybody have a great rest of the week. Oh, before we go out, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
All right, everybody, have a great time over at DJ Chateau's stream. We'll see you next time.